Так, ну ладно. Хорошо. В ваших руках. Хорошо.
Hey, you're alive. When I dragged you out of the river, I thought you were never gonna wake up.
Я тоже.
I checked your pockets for ID, a phone, maybe. I hope you don't mind. But all I found was some loose change. So, wanna tell me who you are?
Ой, а кто я? Сейчас посмотрим, кто я. Выбили пол. Ну, я так понимаю, это. Ух. Блядь, на лице. Не. Божественная аура. Какой имитер будет на английском? Понял, английском.
Well, it's nice to meet you. And I'm sorry to pry, but any idea why you were floating down the river? What's the last thing you remember?
Так. Живучесть. Ну, я думаю, либо живучесть, либо археолог, да? Живучесть и археолог. Живучесть и археолог. Даже не знаю. Пускай я буду жить.
It does look like you took a pretty hard blow to the head. You're just lucky you've been given a second chance. Which is why I feel terrible for what I'm about to say, but I have a favor to ask. There are some ruins just behind you. Roman, I think. I need you to go in there and see if you can find a guy named Al for me. He went in there a few hours ago, and he hasn't come out. I've been freaking out, wondering if he's trapped, or injured, or worse. I would have gone in after him, but he made me promise to stay here, no matter what. There's no way I'm leaving without him, so I'm just kind of stuck here, waiting. What I mean is, I was hoping you wouldn't mind going in there to find him? If you can do that, I can get both of you back to civilization in my boat. Please? Oh, of course. Sorry, I don't mean to be pushy. What do you want to know? Oh, there's not much to tell. Feels like I've spent my whole life in a dead-end job with an endless commute. Know what I mean? Oh, I'd rather not say if it's all the same to you. All right, fine. Sorry if I sounded cagey, it's just that I don't always get the best reactions when I introduce myself. My name's Karen.
Я не знаю.
You're welcome. Always happy to help. Was there anything else you wanted to ask? He's the guy who washed up on the riverbank not long before you did. I thought maybe you two knew each other. I guess not. But maybe the two of you can piece together what you're doing here. In any case, you'll like him, I'm sure. Once you find him, that is. You really don't remember? We're in Italy. This river is the Tiber. Not much, really. But imagine what you might find in there. Priceless ancient artifacts. Al... What am I, an idiot? You could hike a long, long way in any direction and never find another soul. Trust me. Great. So you're ready to go look for Al? My hero. The entrance is just past those columns behind you. Oh, and he left this here. But I think you'll need it more than I will.
Pum-pum-pum.
Back already? What's up? Oh, of course. What did you want to know?
И не пропустишь, да? Понял.
What am I, an idiot? Great. Thanks again.
Так. Размытость нафиг надо убрать. Да я пока бежать не знаю куда. Ой. Понятно. Че, брать не будем? Ну ладно.
If you're reading this, it means I've discovered the entrance to an ancient Roman city hidden deep underground. Its existence is long forgotten, all knowledge of it lost, except in the Latin inscription here. It reads, "You who wish to enter the city, step forth and be judged. The virtuous shall be rewarded with eternal life in paradise. The wicked shall find themselves showered in gold, but in vain, for this shall be their final resting place." Could an underground city have remained a secret for all this time? Could people have survived down there? All knowledge of it lost, except in the Latin inscription here. It reads, "You who wish to enter the city, step forth and be judged. The virtuous shall be rewarded with eternal life in paradise. The wicked." Against the odds. It seems there's only one way to find out. If I'm not back in an hour, I'm somewhere on the other side. Consider this an
Хорошо.
invitation
Приглашение
or
принято.
a warning. Al Worth.
Я не хочу туда. Ладно, ладно, иду я туда. Ой. Ой, ой. Фу. Кажется, выжил. Эй! Понял. Красивый был город. Чё? Говори по-русски, а? Я не понимаю тебя. А. Я так понимаю, это... Я так понимаю... Я так понимаю... Молила о пощаде. И... Прости. Да. F5. А что меня ожидает? Понял. Не знаю, чего вы испугались, но я не боюсь. Че, не пойдешь? Понял. А. Ой. Л.
To whoever reads this, I'm sorry you had to find me like this. And worse, that you'll suffer the same fate I did. I've spent a lifetime in this place, going around and around in circles, searching for a way out. The inscription was right. There is no way back. And here there are only two options. Death, and that godforsaken doorway into the past. I made the mistake of stepping through it. I wanted to set things right. And I tried. I really tried. Whatever I did, it took me right back to the beginning. Don't make the same mistake. Better to end it all now. And find out what awaits you beyond that portal.
Да ладно. Ты серьезно? Ту-ту-ту. То есть все эти люди... Все эти люди пытаются изменить прошлое? Понял. Я все понял, я все понял. Я не понимаю тебя. Ай. Ну, надо сохраниться. Ладно, пошли.
Salve, friend. I'm Galerius. Mind telling me who you are and what you were doing in the Shrine of Proserpina?
Los? Los?
Yeah, you know, agricultural goddess of springtime? You're not from around here, are you? Oh, I see what you did there. Changing the subject like that. Nice try. But I'll ask again. Who are you? And what were you doing in the shrine? What? I'm speaking Latin. You are too, although your accent's a little strange. And you've just done it again. You're a sly one, aren't you? One more time. Who are you, and what were you doing in that shrine? No idea what you're talking about. Oh, wait. Are you a bit, you know, not right in the head? That's all right, friend. Everyone's welcome here. We sort of lose track of the date down here, but it feels like the beginning of spring to me, so I'd say early March? It's 817 AUC. Sorry, you look confused. 817 years since the founding of Rome. Which part of the empire are you from exactly? Hey, not so loud. Just saying that name could land you in trouble here. If you haven't heard, his cultists burned down half of Rome last year. Horrible business. I heard Nero executed some of them, but a lot of people are still angry with them. Even down here. So, if you're one of them, keep it to yourself. But listen, most folks seem a bit confused when they get here, but you seem very lost, and in more ways than one. So, let me make this nice and simple for you. Live by our law here, and we'll all get along just fine. Not laws, law. There's just one, the golden rule, and the punishment for breaking it's kind of horrific. But our magistrate insists we take all newcomers to see him, so I guess I'll let him fill you in. So then, you coming?
Блин, даже не знаю. Самому идти.
Look, you seem like you might need a little extra help, and I'd feel a lot more comfortable if I showed you the way. Follow me! When I first arrived, I couldn't believe there were people living down here. But, as you can see, we've got a nice little community now. Only 23 of us at the moment, if you count the 3 who are missing. No idea how, since nobody knows a way out. But it's just big and dark enough to get lost in, if you're not careful.
Aren't you going to introduce me to your handsome new friend, Galerius?
Keep it in your loincloth, Aurelia. I'm taking him to see the magistrate.
That pompous old bore won't be magistrate for much longer. Anyone who helps vote him out today drinks at my bar for free tonight.
Блин, зря я пошел за ним.
Politics. I'd stay clear of it and her if I were you. She's, it's not my place to say.
Just as the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls. But it does not notice the crowds that come. The bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone. Some crowd the Forum, some the house of the ruler of the depths. Others follow their trades, imitating
понятно.
their previous lives. They never do. The bloodless shadows. This is their punishment. Help me? You cannot help me. I have seen things. A pattern, a terrible pattern. It is better for you if you remain ignorant. Pandora's box must stay closed. I'll say no more. There is only a downward path, gloomy with fatal yew trees. It leads through dumb silence to the infernal regions. The newly arrived are ignorant of the road before them.
Ладно, я тебя понял. Че, не пустишь, что ли? Там что-то есть. Какая жалость. Ладно. Ох, 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 ох. А. Вот так вот. Драться нельзя. А рвать-то можно? Интересно. Почему ты здесь? Оу. Понял. Потом. Так, подожди. Пу-пу-пу. Так, ладно. Потом я сюда буду осматривать все это.
Hello? Hello? My name's Dooley. I live here now because I got in trouble and they said they had to lock me up. I don't know. I don't remember things so good. I think it... Yes. But I wasn't. I was just looking. They said I did it. More than once. But I can't remember things so good. Then they called me mean names. Yes. They said I have to live here now, and gave me this letter. What does it say? My treasure! My friend Hannibal used to look after me. He said he always would. He said if anything ever happened to him, he gave me this key and made me promise to keep it safe until I found the treasure. But I couldn't find it. All I remember is he said something about the cisterns. But when I went up to the high one, now nobody looks after me. Except my friend Galerius. Hannibal said I shouldn't give it to anyone I didn't trust. Galerius already tried that. He said the magistrate wouldn't listen. Like Galerius? He's nice. I like Galerius. He made me a doll and everything. If you help make him magistrate, he can get me out of here, and I can give you the key to my treasure. Hannibal said it was in the cisterns. I can't remember what it was, just that it was way up high and very precious. You're going to let me out of here? Really? Oh. Please. I hate it here. It makes me very sad. Go? You mean? My friend Hannibal used to look after me. He said he always would. He said he gave me this key, and all I remember is he said now nobody looks after me. Bye-bye.
Boom, boom, boom.
Whatever's in that great temple up there on the bluff. Salve, stranger, and welcome to our idyllic little slice of the Empire. I'm Dacius. You mean how did I end up here? That is a lengthy tale. Alright. Well, you see, I'm in the business of procuring rare and precious objects. Mostly sculptures, vases, the occasional slave, fetch a magnificent... Had myself a nice little shop in Rome, just off the Forum. Lots of foot traffic and close to the docks. Good place to be when the fires broke out. See, about 7 months ago, half of Rome caught on fire. Everyone who couldn't get to an outer gate was running for the river, hoping to escape by barge. So I gathered my coins and some priceless vases into a cart and had my most loyal slave girl, pretty young thing named Acantha, push it for me. All the way down to the river, I'm elbowing for a stampede of people, turning back now and then to make sure she hasn't legged it with my valuables. But, to my surprise, we make it, and I see this barge loading up, and it's so full it's almost sinking. But the captain's happy to take my coin, so I start boarding, and then he puts his hand on my chest and he says, "No, too heavy. The cart or the girl." So I did what anyone would have done. The girl? Weren't you listening? All my valuables or the girl? I mean, I can always buy a new slave girl if I still have my money. So I put my hand on the cart, and I guess she realised what was happening because those pretty black eyes of hers go all wide. And in one swift motion, she topples the whole bloody thing into the Tiber. No, I dived in after it, of course. Aren't you paying attention? That was a bloody fortune. Only, I guess I must have hit my head or something, because everything went black. When I came to, I'd washed up on the riverbank, not far from here, with nothing in the world but a single silver coin.
Похоже, допустим.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, sure, I'd lost a few thousand denarii, but I've already made it back, and this place is a veritable treasure trove. Look around you. There must be more gold in here than in the treasury of Rome. If I can just figure out how to get it out of here. I'm afraid not. If you're desperate, I did hear that Aurelia down at the tavern claims to know of a way out, but I'm not sure I trust her. Some people here are a little shady for my liking. It's terrible for inflation is what it is. There's so much gold just lying around, it's practically worthless. At least down here. Of course, I have an idea for generating real wealth, but what I need is a bow. Just a simple composite bow. I've scoured this city from top to bottom with no luck. But if you happen to find one, bring it to me and we'll talk. Oh, well, technically yes, but that just means you'll need to be a little discreet. No need to decide on anything yet. Just sleep on it, yeah? Very well. Another time.
Не укради, да? Ха-ха. Что-то я это знакомое, но не помню, что это. Что? Стой.
Hey, Virgil, how much would you want to make me a bow?
For the last time, Dacius, I'm not making you a bow.
But why?
You know why.
But how am I going to defend myself against someone else with a weapon?
There are no other weapons in the city. We all went along with the magistrate's weapons ban, so it wouldn't be an issue.
That's why I've got to get in first before someone else beats me to it.
Ah, a new face. Salve, and welcome to a little community. My name's impossible to pronounce for most people, so you can just call me Virgil. Well, I'm an architect. Or at least I was back in Rome. That's help out with repairs and try to stop old buildings from collapsing on people, that kind of thing. But you probably don't want to hear about the ingenious architecture or mysterious history. Oh, I'm glad you asked. Some of these shrines were constructed hundreds of years ago, which means Romans have been arriving here for at least that. But there's one thing that puzzles me. The oldest shrine in this. Well, yes, that could be the reason. Or it could mean that there were Greeks living and worshipping here before the Romans arrived. Which begs the... Who really built this place? And if only there was a way we could talk to the people who came here before. Gladly. Personally, my favorite thing about this place is the aqueducts. They're an ingenious feat of Roman engineering with a very practical purpose. It's funneled below the palace and into a cistern beneath the great temple. Some of it flows down into another cistern beneath the villas, and the rest is funneled to the shrine of Proserpina that fills the lake and allows us to fish and farm. Hey, not so loud. Just talking about that could anger the gods for all we know. I'm not saying it's impossible, but you'd have to find a way inside somehow. Just, please, try to be a bit more discreet about it. You mean the Great Temple? This one, given the way it's positioned so prominently, looking down on us, it's clear that whoever built it felt it was them. Unfortunately, someone else went out of their way to keep its purpose. You see, usually a temple is dedicated to a particular god, like Proserpina or Diana or Apollo. Usually, there's an obelisk out the front, which probably used to bear the name of this unknown god. But it appears and of course we can't get inside because it's locked up tighter than the Temple of Saturn in Rome. And that contains the treasury. So we're all left wondering, which god is that temple dedicated to? Unless somebody figures out a way inside, Of course. Some people say it's divine, the work of a god, but I'm not so sure. It just seems so flawed to me. I mean, once you've been here long enough, you'll notice people doing things that just seem so wrong to you. But this so-called god, which means one of two things. Either you don't know the difference between right and wrong, or this unknown god doesn't. And I'm pretty sure I know the difference. Do you? Fair enough. Look, I haven't done anything wrong, if that's what you're thinking. Somebody just has a problem with my... Hey, nothing gets by you, huh? And when you grow up in the north, as I did, in the city of Noviomagus, you expect a bit of hostility. The Batavi are not known for their tolerance. I saw enough friends killed or driven away to know the cost of not keeping your personal affairs to yourself. So I hid who I was for what was it, nearly 10 years? Watching what I said and where I looked. But that kind of fear eats away at you slowly, until living isn't any better than the thing you were afraid. Needless to say, since I'm now living underground, halfway across the known world, with an assumed name, my openness didn't go down well among the enlightened folk of the Batavi. In any case, the Romans are far more accepting, and among them, I get to be who I am. Or at least, I thought that was the case. It's not just graffiti. I have quite a collection of handwritten notes too. The strange thing is, I keep my personal affairs to myself. If I had to guess, I'd say it's probably one of those cultists. Strange bunch. They insist there's only one god, and that he considers my nature a sin. Can you believe that? If there are any of them here, they won't admit it. Not since they supposedly burnt down half of Rome last year and went into hiding. All I know is, if these threats keep escalating, eventually my secret admirer is going to cross a line and break the golden rule. What? Really? I didn't expect that. But thanks. It's always a pleasure to meet someone so selfless. I'm glad you arrived when you did. I'd start by figuring out who the cultists are. Or maybe ask around among the merchants here. Someone who lives or works in the forum must have seen something. But if you find them, please don't hurt or humiliate them. I suspect they're just confused. You wouldn't believe how often the new ones ask that question. But I'd tell you the same thing I tell everyone else. There are much worse places to live out your days. You might have a few sleepless nights thinking about the golden rule. But once you get used to the fear, knowing that a single slip-up could cost you everything, it's not too bad. Nothing new to me, anyway. Oh, I just mean I grew up in the Batavi tribe, far to the north in Novio Magus, and they weren't nearly as tolerant as the Romans. Nice to talk to you.
Тут кто-то прошел мимо. И все-таки они настоящие.
What are you doing in here? Can't you see this woman is dying? She's been poisoned. She needs the resin of a plant called Silphium, but that Culus cumbulatus Decius won't give it to me. It's too late. She just slipped away. She was poisoned. She came in here frothing at the mouth. Normally I'd treat her with resin of Silphium, a rare plant which is perfect for this sort of thing. And I knew Decius had some at his market stall, right around the corner. So I ran over there, but he just looks at me with this evil smile and says, "That'll be 1,000 denarii." There was no way. Then that toad shrugs and says, supply and demand. I guess you don't value your friend's life that highly. Anywhere else, I'd just pay a thug to steal it from his stall. But there's no way I can do that down here with the golden rule. So all I could do is come back here and just watch her. And now I'll never know who poisoned her, or how they managed to do it without breaking the golden rule, or why she cursed that snake's cruel black eyes with her dying breath. Well, unless you have the power to bring someone back from the dead, there's really get me that Sylphium resin. I'm going to have another patient in here soon. Could be in the next day or in the next hour. And I will not allow this to happen again. I don't care how you get it, but you have to make it happen. Because if I lose another patient this way, I swear to the gods below, not even the golden rule will stop me from marching up to that Genetricum Fututo and scratching his eyes out. Then you'd better get me that Sylphium quickly, hadn't you? May Apollo keep you safe. Feeling all right? I'm Lucretia, and I'm going to be straight with you. I'm not a physician. This is Nevia's clinic. I've just been filling in ever since she disappeared. I'm tired and out of my depth and miserable all the time, but I'd rather take this on myself. My husband and I moved to Rome from Caesarea. He embraced the Roman way more. I would have divorced him and demanded the return of my dowry, but I knew he would, so I waited for the right time to take what was mine and disappear. And then the fires came. As he prepared to evacuate our villa, I gathered our most precious belongings, coins and gemstones. I could barely see for the smoke. And the streets were full of people trampling each other. The next thing I remember, I was waking up on a river. It's all right. Say what you will about this place. At least my fornicating. And while there's no shortage of snakes here, at least with the golden rule, they have... Oh, this shrine was in use as a clinic long before any of us arrived here. Kind of strange to set up a clinic in the temple. But the god who inflicts a curse is also the only god who can undo it. So I suppose pray... Well, she used to run the clinic. She was a midwife, not a physician. But she was until she suddenly lost all interest in us. One day she told me, this changes everything, she kept saying. But I had no idea what she was talking about. The last time I saw her, the last time any of us saw her, she was muttering to the statues, like she could talk to them. And then she shut herself in the palace, barred the door from the inside, and nobody's seen her since. She's been gone so long now, we figure she's either dead or up to something so strange that she doesn't want anyone else to know about it. But I really wish I could reach her, because that's the only hope I have of solving a troubling problem, a real thorn in the paw situation. One of my patients is suffering from terrible rheumatism. His joints are inflamed and he's in constant pain. I really shouldn't say. He wouldn't like it. And he's a little bit scary. He's become so irritable that the smallest things set him off. And I worry he'll end up losing his temper and lashing out. And you know what that means. I just know Nevia would know how to treat him, assuming she's still alive. but nobody seems to know how to get into the palace. Thanks, I suppose. I wish some people here need proper medical care, not the half-baked, hanging by a thread excuse for treatment I'm giving them. Just don't get sick or injured here. I'll do my best to treat you, but I'm out. A city without sin might sound good on paper, but whoever dreamt it up didn't think it through. Maybe it was an attack, but snakes like Decius will always find loopholes to exploit. Absolutely nothing. In some ways, we are worse off because we can't... Oh no. Sorry, I don't mean to worry you, but there was one other person who claimed she could hear, but that was Nevia, and she went a little... Well, she used to until she said this, the last, and then she's been... But one of my... He's become so irritable that the smallest thing set him off. I just know Nevia. Thanks, Sure. What do you want to know? Do you really want to know? I mean, if somebody poisoned her, then surely they would have broken the golden rule and... Hemlock, I believe. I haven't seen her in months. She's not allowed to leave Malleolas's villa, and they are quite secretive. Gladly. Well, come back if you get sick or...
Malleolus isn't receiving visitors at the moment, it being election day. Her name's Domitius. You want to get to Malleolus, you go through me. Why? Because I am a gladiator, that's why. You want to see me fight? Keep running your mouth, fatuous cunners. I think it's gone on long enough, and Malleolus is going to put an end to it once he's elected. He's going to announce it in his victory speech. Just you wait and see. 'Cause if I tell you, and it gets out, it'll give old man Sentius a chance to interfere in... Old man Sentius got you already, did he? Well, I'm not talking to people in his faction.
Name's Rufus, but watch your step. Can't talk long, but to stay sharp. Families from Seleucia, Eutychus, Babylon province. I've been roaming a long time now. You can join the legions. Same way as everyone else. Because we're all in great danger. Is it not obvious? Magistrate made me toss it in a chasm. If you were dealing with what I am, you wouldn't be. Nobody is supposed to know about that. Did Lucretia Look, I haven't been at my best lately. All my joints ache. I get stirred up by things that shouldn't bother me. And there's the statues. My doubts about you want to help me. Do what Lucretia hasn't been able to do.
Citizen. We're finally alone. I assume you already know who I am. May I know your name? A curious name to match a curious accent. But I digress. Now, you're probably wondering why I summoned you, and I'll get to that. But first, take a look at this wondrous place, would you? A secret city built deep in the mountains. Indeed. More importantly, consider the miraculous community we've built here over the last 22 complete strangers brought together by the fates, living and working together in our own. And in all that time, not a single sin has been committed. No fights, no theft. Nor could I until I came here. But the reason for this, if even one person commits a sin here, every last one of us will die. You see, the builders of this place, whoever they were, left inscriptions warning. From what we can gather, breaking the law here will and provoke a terrible punishment. Like the curses of Medusa and Midas combined. It's extraordinary that we've survived as long as we have, and each day I grow more and more afraid. And now it seems that all that matters is that somebody in this city is about to break the Golden Rule. Why else would Proserpina send you now? Unless you and I can stop them, our doom is assured. I know that's a lot to take in, and you look like you have questions. Please. An intelligent question. There was a good deal of debate about that in our first weeks here. Does it refer to crimes or to some other? Of course, everyone agrees on the basics. No theft, no assault, but beyond that, it was more difficult to reach a consensus. What about lying, insulting someone, blasphemy, trespass? Trying to... As magistrate, I had to exercise leadership, and so I made a decision. We must uphold the laws of the Empire, and we must honor the peace of the gods, the sacred accord between... It is only by offering the gods the proper respect that we may prosper, as Rome has for... Barbaric? Barbaric? What are you talking about? The Empire is the most... Rome is a beacon of light in the darkness. For 800 years she has borne great statesmen. We have comprehensive laws protecting the rights of our citizens, which have unified countless warring tribes all across the Mediterranean and beyond. from Gallia to all our citizens are treated the same, regardless of the color of their skin or their sexual preference. When our people are starving, they are given food rations, and when they are wronged, they have the right to bring the guilty party before the magistrate. Our laws forbid treason, murder, assault, and rape, as well as theft and arson, and so on. Of course, what else would we do with those prisoners of war who would otherwise have been executed? And besides, there are laws for their protection as well. On occasion, but our gladiators are almost all volunteers seeking glory, or condemned prisoners who would have been executed. Of course, but with fewer rights come fewer responsibilities, and the right to be protected by their fathers and husbands. You mean the blasphemous cult responsible for burning down half of Rome last year? It's hard to blame the people. Are you talking about our practice of decimation? Of course. We could hardly unite all these warring tribes without a disciplined, formidable... Well, right now, you're alone. I have made my pronouncement. Unfortunately, there are still those here who resist, whispering blasphemous and treasonous lies. I would be keeping a close eye on them if I were. You see, in my search for a way to save my people, I learned of an ancient ritual to Proserpina, the goddess of the cycle of life. It's said to open a doorway in time, so that if the unthinkable happens, one person can pass through it and travel back to the past. And when I saw you arrive in a flash of light from the goddess's shrine, I knew that person. 2,000 years? Please, tell me, in your time, what? I have imagined it, our downfall, 1,000 times, but it still breaks. All I can tell you is that it's a ritual sacrifice to Proserpina. I stumbled across I have to recite a prayer, and of course, as with all rituals, some sacrifice is involved. Usually that means, in this case, the sacrifice is rather more costly. I don't suppose you saw any sign of me in the future? I assume that was me. If I'm forced to perform the ritual, it's going to cost me everything. You'll try to make sure I do. Well, I suppose that's all I can... Well, I believe you're in the best position to go around asking people questions. You're new. As for me, well, it pains me to say my attempts to impose order have not earned me many friends. I fear I may not even remain The people here would only treat my curiosity with suspicion. You shouldn't have that problem, though, unless, of course, you... Do you ever stare at a problem for so long that you can't see it for what? What's needed here is a fresh pair of eyes. Me? Why would you suspect me? I've just told you, I'm about to say. What reason could you possibly? I'm glad you think so. Without trust, without each other, we won't be able to prevent. Well, all right. There are those who wish to vote me out of office so that they can. Frankly, their selfishness and recklessness risk destabilizing the entire city. I would be. You mean you couldn't speak Latin before you arrived here? But the gods are active here, and their temples and shrines hum. Perhaps when Proserpina brought you here, she planted the seed of Latin in your mind so that you could better serve her. An unbeliever, then? If you come up with a better explanation. If I understand Proserpina's ritual correctly, that problem should take care of itself. If you manage to prevent the sin that breaks the Golden Rule, I won't need to bring you here. I won't create the portal, and you will never have been able to come here. Thus, you'll have created a paradox. If this occurs, you should be flung back to your own time, having changed the past for all of us. Make sense? Ah, good. So, are you with me? Can I count on you? Wonderful. Now, I need you to investigate the city, talk to everyone, help them, if it'll win their trust. I authorize you to enter private homes and inspect possessions and documents, unless, of course, you're asked to leave. Figure out who the culprit is, and as soon as you have a name, come back and tell me immediately. Oh, and one last thing. If I were you, I'd start my investigation by visiting Lucretia at the Shrine of Apollo in the Forum. I heard wailing from there not long ago. Seems like something's not right.
Понятно.
What is it, citizen? I'm a legionary of the 1st Italica, but there's not a lot of fighting down here. So the magistrate has assigned. I act as the magistrate's right-hand man, keeping an eye on his daughter, I should say. And the other, I also keep a register of. I'm from Liguria, up north originally. I was doing all right for myself. 12 years into my service. Had a nice girl lined up for when it was. Not anymore. She's probably figured I'm long gone and moved on by now. My commander sent me to deliver a message to Rome. While I was there, I thought I'd do something nice for my girl. And pick up a little pendant from a silversmith. That's when the crowd started flooding through the streets, shouting fire. People were Then some Genetricum fugitive tried to take advantage of the chaos and pinch my pendant. I remember chasing him through the crowds. Blacked out and woke up near here. No idea how I ended up floating so far. Ah, don't be. As Seneca the Younger said, difficulty strengthens the mind, as labor does the body. That said, Sentilla's disappearance. He's one of the better commanders I've ever had, that's for sure. Good stoic. Lives by Seneca's words. Treat your inferior as you would wish your superior to treat you. Can't ask for much more than that. I don't see why not. Just make sure I get it back by tomorrow. Of course. Well, as I always say, it's kind of like by threatening to execute 1 in 10 men, the idea is to ensure order and discipline among everyone. And it works. If you knew you could be executed because your brother-in-arms is planning a mutiny, well, you'd bloody well watch him like hundred-eyed up, because your only chance of saving yourself is to stop bad things before they happen. Makes us all... It's brutal, of course, but effective. The Legion wouldn't be the most formidable force in the world without it. War crime. Isn't that a contradiction in terms? As Cicero said, in times of war the law falls silent. Seems that way. War crimes. Ridiculous. What's done is done. I was forced to execute my brothers in arms, and those memories will always visit me in my sleep. As with the Golden Rule, I don't have any control over it, so railing against it would be like trying to stop it. As Seneca the Younger wrote, true happiness is to enjoy the present without anxious dependence upon the future, but to rest satisfied with what we have, which is sufficient. For he that is so wants nothing. If you like. Not that it's any of your business, but my loyalty is, and always, unfortunately, I don't think my vote is going to... See, Domitius has been going around town, shoring up votes for Malleolus with lies, bribery, and intimidation. Sentius knows about it, of course, but he doesn't have the same rat cunning as Malleolus. This place will be different with that sleaze at the helm. But I try not to worry about things I can't change. I appreciate the thought, but you're new here, and I just can't see how you could make an impact in the time between... In any case, if you're interested in the election, go and have a chat with Equitia, the Vestal Priestess. She'll be overseeing proceedings. All right?
Ugh, I wish Horatius would stop letting barbarians in here. What do you want? I'm Sentia, eldest daughter of the magistrate. But you'd know that if you'd been invited in here and introduced properly. What are you doing in here? And why are you dressed like that? Really? I'd never have noticed, what with your flawless accent, appropriate attire, and impressive mastery of art. Now, remind me, why are we having this? You know, some people say it's the creation of an all-seeing God who's watching everything we do. But what kind of an awful, incompetent God would let my sister go missing on his or her what? Oh, I'd say it to their faces if they had the courage to show themselves. Did you hear that? Curse you, you cow! What do you have to say for yourself? No response. I'm telling you, this mysterious god of ours has to be either that, or, like people are saying, it really is just a children's fable my father is exploiting to frighten us into behaving. I suppose we... I trust you can see yourself out. Oh, look, you're back. How lucky... Ugh, what is it with you people? You heard the rumor that my little sister escaped and... Well, that's just a stupid rumor. We have no idea what happened to Scintilla. I wish you... I don't know. Can you? Can you tell me how a person could have disappeared from a city with no exits and no crime? Was she snatched... It was 3 weeks ago. We ate our evening meal together, and I remember she seemed happy. We went into our rooms. I went to sleep. I think so, yes. But she was very careful about keeping his identity. Because our father had plans to marry her off, eventually, and even a rumor about her attachment to... That doesn't surprise me. To him, it was like a prize cow wandering off. He's upset, of course, but he says he's too busy with the election to help look for her. So he's letting Horatius do the heavy lifting. Some good that's... I don't know, but it's been 3 weeks since she disappeared, and he hasn't come forward. That might speak to a guilty... All I know is, whoever he is... You really aren't from here, are you? All Roman women are named after their fathers. I think it's their way of branding us. Like, his family name is Sentius, so I'm Sentia because I'm the eldest. And my little sister is formerly Sentia Minor, but she's affectionate. I hope you're not insinuating I'm somehow pleased with her disappearance. Ugh, you're awful. Get out of my villa and never speak to me again.
много деньжат там. Честно, я не понял.
are they?
Ale.
Hey, you're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you? Good. You be eaten alive, little runt like you. Nobody's told you about Hannibal? Ugh. Why do I have to do everything round here? So, there was this guy called Hannibal, right? Funny accent. Used to go down into the cisterns looking for junk he could clean up and sell. One day, a few weeks back, he comes out and tells me the cisterns are haunted. Said he could hear spirits wailing. Of course nobody believed him, because who trusts a Carthaginian, right? Anyway, a few days later he goes back in. And hours go by, and he hasn't come back out, yeah? So I go down after him, and it's dark. But in the distance I can just make out his body, and hunched over him was something that made my blood run cold. No word of a lie, a creature. Like a corpse. If it was a man, maybe. But I swear on my life, it's more like a Strix, or some Versipelus that feeds on human flesh. I didn't stick around to see. What any sane person would have done. I legged it out of there, and put a sign at the door to warn the others. Without a weapon? Well, it's your...
Наверное, зря это пошел. Ну, я сохранился. Бежи. Успел. Как я тебе помогу? У меня оружия нету. Как я тебе помогу? У меня оружия нету. Без оружия. Я пошел за лук. Военная мудрость.
Isn't the great temple majestic? A new face. Ave, and may Vesta watch over you. I'm Equitia. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit? Oh my. I take it people are quite direct where you're from. I suppose it's quite charming in its own way. Usually, however, you wouldn't simply march up to a Vestal priestess and without due formality. The proper approach would be to arrange an introduction through a mutual acquaintance in high office, by which time you would already know, and then you would find a way to satisfy your curiosity. But to be honest, I've often thought what an unnecessary... Let's do it your way. You just keep being yourself. You know, I'm not entirely sure. But what about you? How did you end up here? Karen, you say? And nothing about that name seemed odd. Older. I apologize. I don't mean to be cryptic. Have you spoken with any of the others about... I really
think you should. Go around and ask them what they remember, and see if you notice any patterns. I know. I just don't want to see what happened to Livy. Up until a few weeks ago, she was a perfectly productive member of our little community. She was always so chatty, always seeking out new couples. And then, about a month, she withdrew, stopped working and became despondent, started muttering to herself. But she just looked at us with this haunted stare, called us bloodless shadows, and told, look, it could be unrelated. Perhaps she simply fell ill. Or, as Galerius suggested, but there is a small chance that she learned something, saw a pattern nobody else saw, and that I just don't want to see that happen to you. You have? Then what is it? Yes, I understand many of our friends were carried here by a river current. What else? There are definitely some common threads there. But I think we'll need to keep asking people how they wound up here. Livia's fate weighs heavily on my mind. I don't, I'm afraid. It seems to me we're exiled here. I'm quite sure it's the work of the gods, which is strange because they've never been particularly concerned with it. We asked for blessings, for good health, bountiful harvest, military victory, and in return, we offer. But here, it seems they require. I find myself reminded of an especially pertinent tale from our great poet Ovid in his epic Would you like to hear it? Wonderful. It goes like this. Baucis and Philemon were an old married couple living a humble life in a small town. One night, the town gets a visit from a couple of vagrants. They go from door to door, asking for a place to stay the night, until finally they come to the little cottage where Baucis and Philemon lived. They invite these strangers into their house and offer them food, wine. They begin gulping down the old couple's wine, so much so that Baucis, the old lady, begins to and then she notices something strange. Her wine pitcher keeps refilling itself, as if by magic. Says to her husband, Philemon, I think these men are gods in disguise. And the vagrants metamorphosize and reveal themselves to be Jupiter, the king of the gods. They confide they didn't mind the meager offerings. They were just pleased that someone in the town offered them hospitality. You have passed our test, but everyone else in this city failed, so we are going to destroy this place. So old Baucis and Philemon escape up into the mountains safely, and they receive their wish, which is, meanwhile, Jupiter carries through with his Some say the moral of that story is that we must all honor the sacred rituals of guest friendship. But I like to think it's that we should always show compassion for those. A cynic philosopher might take that view, but it's not entirely invalid, I suppose. It must be completed by dusk, just the same as any other official business. It'll be between Sentius, the incumbent, and Malleolus, the... Why do you ask? All of the male citizens who are willing and able to attend, unless they're right. That's just the way it's always been, I'm afraid. There are some women who can vote, Vestal priestesses like myself, but in this case, given my... I can't allow the perception that I'm being anything but fair and but if it's any consolation, there are other ways to... By using whatever gifts the gods gave you. Nothing untoward, of course. I'm responsible for announcing it and making sure the procedure... You can, assuming they're eligible and willing to accept... As I said, I'm planning to hold it before dusk, but I suppose I... As you wish. Certainly. And did you notice anything? A pattern? Keep living. Come back to me when...
Эх, была тут еще карта. Ну, это уже интересно. А, понял. А, ключ у тебя. Понял. Ключ у него. Прыгать? Нахрена? Прыгай. Ты что, серьезно? Если я туда прыгну, даже не знаю. Прыгай. Подожди. Извини. Короче, я всех подозреваю. Прыгай. Ладно. Прыгай. Прыжок Вера? Ладно. Но я сохранюсь.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Да ёперный театр. А, понял. Ну хоть жизнь выполняют. Так, ну чё, я только не понял, что делать. Да, блядь. А, вот. Да ну тебе. А если я побегу мимо тебя, что будет? Понятно. Да стоп тебя. Так, а ну что, мне сюда никак не выбраться, походу. Не знаю, что делать вообще. А, блин. Ты. Фух. Кружок веры. Ой, сейчас меня там будут все пулять. А, то есть, когда я выполню все свои планы. Понял. Да ну вас на. Я вернулся. Прыжок вверх.
Salve, friend. I'm Galerius. Mind telling me who you are and what you were doing in the Shrine of Proserpina? I don't think so. I've never seen you before in my life. Oh, I guess how much did I drink last night? Sorry to have bothered you. Oh, and since you seem to be in a hurry, you should try out this device I made. Worked real hard on it.
Что это? А. Ну да.
Just attach the pulley to the rope over the lake and hang on to the handles. If it works, it'll be faster than walking. And if it doesn't work, worst thing that can happen is you'll take a swim in the lake. I haven't quite summoned the courage to test it myself. But don't worry, it's completely safe. All right, see you.
И. Понятно. Меня обманули. Как кататься-то? Да. Бля. Да ёшкин кот. Понятно. Да блин. А там кто? А, опять прыжок веры? Понял.
Salve, friend. I'm Octavia. Welcome to life under the Golden Rule. It's a ghastly thing, is it not? How are you faring so far? Ah, another stoic, perhaps. We all need something to help us through times like these. We've all been where you are now. I remember when I first arrived. I used to lay awake at night contemplating the big questions. Why am I here? I still don't have any of the answers, I'm afraid. I don't think anybody does. But I'm happy to share with you. Here, in this place, the magistrate has me earning my keep by cleaning and pruning the gardens. It's not quite how I used to live in a lovely villa on the banks of the Tiber. I was even betrothed, but long hours of menial labor for the good of the community has its own charms too. Oh, much the same way as many of the others. When the fires came to Rome 7 months ago, my family and I fled for the Tiber, hoping to escape on a barge. We were among the fortunate ones with enough coins for passage, but unfortunately, there were a lot of desperate people, and they boarded before we could depart. A scuffle broke out, and I was pushed overboard. The last thing I remember was the water, rising up to hit my cheekbone. I woke up by the river, near that shrine, and stumbled across this. Oh, that's all right. I'm sure it... If you like. I'm afraid not. Although, I did once hear someone gossip. I don't put a lot of stock in such rumors, but if you're desperate, if that doesn't work, then I suppose we're all stuck here until God... I hope it works out. The many shall suffer for the sins of the one. I'd like to think that if we all love our neighbours as ourselves, and do to them as we'd have them do to us, then we'll all be fine. But on the other hand, I was always taught the intent of man's heart is evil from his youth, and that all of us are, and that's where I get stuck. Is it true? Are we... You don't think that's a little naive? Innocent men and women, torn apart in arenas while thousands... Please keep that to yourself. I know you're not from a... There was a terrible fire in Rome last year, and our emperor decided to make us... Oh, thank you. All right, well, it was lovely to meet you. I look forward to getting to know you better over the coming months.
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No. No, 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 no. Ulpius, what are you doing? Get back from there. If you lose your balance, you'll fall.
That's the idea.
What? Why? Why would you want that?
Why do you think I'm stuck for the rest of my life, working for a man who treats me like an animal?
I know things are hard for you right now. They're hard for all of us. We're all in this together, Ulpius. Please just think this through. If you do this, it could be the sin that seals all of our fates. Is that what you want?
I'm sorry, but I just don't care anymore.
Please, Ulpius. Help him. If he goes through with it, it could be the end for us all. I don't know what to do. I've never had to deal with this sort of thing. Please, you need to talk to him. I don't know, but it's a crime for slaves to take their own lives. And a debt bondsman isn't far off. Thank you. And please, choose your words carefully.
Let me guess. You're going to lecture me on how suicide is a crime against the Empire. I screwed up my life. That's what's wrong. I borrowed money, and when I couldn't pay it back, I'll be stuck slaving away for that culus cumulatis malia. I'm out. Wherever you are, Scintilla, my love. I'm sorry.
Ulpius, no! I can't believe he went through with it. Oh Lord, that poor lamb.
Ему кого спасти, интересно.
I'll have to let everyone know what happened. And I guess Malleolus will have to clean up the mess in his villa. It's of his own making, after all. And I'd best pray for poor Ulpius.
Бля.
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored that you have been elected your magistrate. Yes, thank you. Thank you. I'm delighted and deeply honored. Thank you. And now, I make this solemn dismissal to good citizens. And now, I make this solemn promise to you, good citizens, under my leadership you will finally enjoy the freedom you deserve. And
Ничего интересного нет.
Did you just leap into my villa from the balcony 100 feet above? That was either extremely reckless or impressively clever. Well, why have you risked life and limb to see me? I'm Malleolus, and if it wasn't for this interruption, I'd be practicing my victory speech for the election later today. I'm glad you asked. I'll finally restore freedom to this city, just as I've been. These good people have suffered long enough under Sentius's tyranny. By declaring there's no such thing as the Golden Rule. It's a children's fable. Wait, don't tell me you've fallen victim to that monstrous... The person making a claim bears the onus of proving that claim. Can you do that? Can you prove the Golden Rule is... Nonsense! There's no way you can prove that. If it was real and you'd seen someone break it, then you'd... What? Oh, I see what's happening here. Another... I disagree. I'll be guided by what is best for the city's people. Surely, you're not one of those people who believes everything you read. You mean that book next to a golden statue in the theater? Tell me, how do you know that? True, but that is simply because you are mistaken. I'm afraid not. We're stuck down here together, for better or worse. We're all good. You mean the children's fable exploited by Sentius to scare us all into doing what he wants? Are you insane? You barge into my villa. Why would I withdraw? You fool.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Так. 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 То есть, получается, смотрела...
Salve, friend. Mind telling me who you are and why you look like you've just taken on a gladiator and lost? I don't think so. Oh. Of course. What did you want to know? Well, it's a long one. I'm a farmer. Always happy. I grew up in a small village in Britannia, Camulodunum. One day, when I was about 20, my father and I were in the top paddock, loading our cart, when some Roman legionaries came along. My father told me to run into the house for his axe, and so I did. But by the time I got back, he was bleeding out on the ground. My mother died of a broken heart soon after, and things went downhill from there. I took over the farm. More raiding started before too long. We'd come outside in the morning to find animals missing, our stores pillaged. One night, when my sisters and I had nothing left to steal, there was a knock at the door. I got my father's old axe, pulled the door open real quick, but there were more of them. I never saw how many, because the next thing I knew, I was waking up with a mouth full of dirt. My home was reduced to ash. My sisters, dead. And they left me alone. Yeah, well, I wasn't the only one this happened to. It wasn't long before Boudica led thousands of Britons in a rebellion against the Romans. Unfortunately, there were just too many of them. And those of us who survived, they enslaved. So, I spent a few years working for my new master, learning the Romans' ways, Romanized my name and everything. Tried to escape a couple of times, but they always found I'd probably still be there too, if it wasn't for the stampedes breaking out. You see, about 7 months ago, everybody was running down toward the river, screaming and shouting. I got swept up with them somehow, and next thing I knew, some stranger was dragging me out of a river. Stumbled across this place and started my life over again. That's what I thought too, for a while. But it seems the god... See, I finally had my own farm again, safe from the grasping hands of the Romans. Until Sentius the Decurion demanded I hand over all my produce. It's for the good of us all, he says. Only he takes the best bits for himself, of course. So, it turns out our dear old magistrate is no better than the Legion thugs who took everything from me. But don't you worry, Nemesis is waiting. Forget I said that last part, will you? I get carried away sometimes. Thanks, friend. I knew I liked you. Anyway, that's enough of me rambling. Well, as much as I'd love to get out of here, the harvest's always more fruit. But Scintilla, Sentius's daughter, went missing a few weeks back. Could be she found a way out. If anyone knows for sure, it'll be her sister, Sentia. But she'd never tell the likes of me. Oh, I don't give it much thought these days. I mean, everybody here's got their own view about what we need to do. But I say, let's spend less time arguing about what it means to be good and just get on with it, you know? I can't see how I could vote for either candidate. I don't like Sentius much, but Malleola, even I could do a better job. Me, a farmer. And I've never given a speech or put on a toga in my life. I've bounced the idea around once or twice, mainly as a way of getting Dooley set free. God knows Sentius is never going to do it. But from what I hear, Malleola says the election's stitched up. Nobody's going to take him on and win. And maybe that's not such a bad thing. I mean, he talks a lot about freedom, so I'm hoping if he's elected, he'll release Dooley from his cell. And that's good enough for me. Because Sentius put him there. Poor Dooley was just wandering around looking for some imaginary... That's nonsense, of course. Dooley's the most harmless man... And how could you know that? I mean, I don't like the man, but I don't see how you could know it. You overheard him say that? Oh, why does that not surprise me? He and Sentius have despised each other for a long... Well, in that case, we need to find a way to make sure Malleolus loses. If you can do that, and Sentius is the only candidate left, I'll run against him. Deal? All right. See you around.
Раздобыть лук. Как кататься, а? Я не понимаю.
Just as the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls. But it does not notice the crowds that come. You think you wish to know, but you do not. It is better for you if you remain ignorant. Pandora's box must stay closed. I'll say no more. The newly arrived are ignorant of the road before them. Ixion turns.
Ключ сундука в храме Аполлона.
Cerberus lifts his triple head and lets out his threefold braying.
Livia, would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
They follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, but they are ignorant.
I love your clothes. So exotic.
Куда я пришел? Куда-то в интересное место. Потом, ладно. Да. Да я потом заблужусь. столько туннелей. Однако.
Handsome.
Подожди.
You stay away from my money. Unless you want me to slip some hemlock into your next drink, get out! Oh, do us all a favour and drink hemlock, Caput Murder.
Ты ж только что со мной нормально разговаривала.
You, Tantalus, cannot catch the drops of water, and the tree you grasp at eludes you, just as the ocean accepts the rivers of all, but it does not notice the cry. The newly arrived are...
Oh, do us all a favour and drink hemlock, Captain Murder.
No, I'm not. Так.
Salve, friend. I'm Octavia. Welcome to life under the Golden Rule. All right, well, it was lovely to meet you. I look forward...
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh, no. No. No, 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 no. Ulpius, what are you doing? Get back from there.
That's the idea.
What?
Why do you think I'm stuck?
I know. Please.
I'm sorry, but I just don't care anymore.
Please, I'll help him. If he goes... Thank you.
You know about that? How is that possible? Well, if you don't understand, I don't want to hurt anyone. It's too late for that. Yulia and I made a pact. If I backed out now, I'd be betraying her. No. I am out. Wherever you are, Scintilla, my love. I'm sorry.
Ulpius, no! I can't believe he went through... That was not your fault. There's no way you could have given him what he wanted, moments after you arrived. Well, I suppose it means suicide isn't a sin under the Golden Rule. So I guess... I'll have to let everyone know what's happened. And I'd best pray for poor old...
Thank you. Thank you. I am flattered and deeply honored to have been elected your...
Did you just leap into my villa from the... That was... Well... Why? Don't talk nonsense. There's no such thing as the golden... How could you... Nonsense! This is nonsense! I don't know how you know about my plans, but I'm absolutely sure. And now, I'm going to enjoy watching Dimitri. Now, get out of here! You outstayed your very... Get out of my villa before I have Domitius throw you out.
What now? When Malleolus wins the election, yeah? This place will change. You won't even... Malleolus, of course. Whatever.
Name's Rufius. Better watch yourself. If I did, do you think we'd be having... I'll tell you this much. I hate the fact that my survival depends... Then you know what I'm talking about. Seems like I'm the only one ready for what's coming. Whatever that is. I don't know. But did you ever get the feeling some of these... Of course I am. Malleolus. Not sure I trust Sentius. Couldn't even... No. No idea what you're talking about? Yes, so what? What are you going to do about it? And why should I? The one true God says... well, I don't know. Maybe God... Well, I wouldn't get so angry if he wasn't so... I don't like where you're going with this. You'd... have no idea what you're talking about. I have nothing to say to you, kaput merda.
Блин, хоть заново начинай. Может быть. Найди лук.
Are they?
Ave.
A new face. Are they? And may Vesta watch a... Interesting. I'm not sure why you're telling me. Yes, I suppose that could be something. But then most of us do tend to carry coins on our person, don't we? What else? That's true. I know I wasn't entirely sure how I wound up here. What else? Yes, I understand many of our friends were carried here by a river current. It's as I feared. I think I understand what poor Livia has been going through. Let me ask you this. Did you happen to encounter a stranger in the forest before you arrived here? And did you happen to catch her name? I see. And was this Karen? Because I've seen her before. There's something I think you should see. I think you'd better follow me to the baths.
В баню? Пойдем в баню.
But don't follow too closely. We can't have people thinking we're bathing together. and come back to me once we're no longer in danger.
Help! You have to do something! A man arrived in the baths. A real nasty sort, with his face all covered up. And he's got a weapon. You have to do something, or he's gonna break the golden rule. Fabia, but now's not the time. Are you going to help or not? None of us do. The magistrate made us throw them all into the chasm. So now this man's bow is the only one in the city. You'll just have to improvise. Thank you. He's still in there, somewhere. I have to hide. Find me in this empty shrine when it's over. Hear what? What? We don't have time for this. I have to go. Ugh. The shrine is collapsing!
Fabia, no! Oh God, she's dead! Did anyone see that? The whole shrine just collapsed on her! Oh Fabia, why did you have to go in there? Poor sweet girl. I can't believe she is dead. Fabia, I mean. She walked into that empty shrine. The gods are cruel and unjust. She was like a daughter to me. I'm sorry, friend. It's...
Stop right there. I'm looking for Tiberius Quinctius Crispus, otherwise known as Quinctius. Do you know where he is? I'm not sure I believe that, so allow me to explain something to you. I am here with orders from Emperor Nero himself to find and execute the cultist Quinctius for terrible crimes against the Empire. So, if you tell me the truth, I will allow you to live. But if you lie to me or otherwise obstruct the Emperor's business in any way, I will put this arrow through your chest. Is that understood? You are not off to a good start. When I ask you a question, I expect an answer. Is that understood? Thank you. Now tell me, who are you people, and what is this place? A small community. Ha! I was told Quinctius was a cultist, but I never thought he'd be foolish enough to lead me right to the heart of his mystery cult. You say that, but if you're not a cult, then why go to such great lengths to keep this place a secret? So you admit you're not allowed to leave. Threatening me is not going to help you, but in any case, that sounds an awful lot like a cult to me. And I saw the inscription saying, "The many shall suffer for the sins of the one." I take it this is some kind of mantra you all believe? A distinction without a difference. You've clearly been indoctrinated into this nonsense. Now tell me, where did you lot get enough gold to make all these statues? You lot are practicing human sacrifice too. You people disgust me. Yes, yes, because I'm the real villain here. It's all clear to me now. The secret sanctuary, the indoctrination, the mantra, the human sacrifice. You're cultists, there's no doubt in my mind. What baffles me is how a person can believe in something with such zeal. They just can't see what they've become. However, you still have a chance to redeem yourself by telling... Very well, here's what I know. He's a 40 to 50-year-old man with distinctive eyes, one green and one blue. He's also known to have delusions of grandeur. The Emperor says he and his cult, your cult, are responsible for starting the fire which burned half of Rome to the ground and killed thousands in the process. All I know, all I care about, is that the Emperor believes he is guilty and wants... This is your last chance. Ah, suddenly it's all coming back to you, is it? Thank you. For your service to the Empire, I'll let you live for now, but you'd best make sure our paths don't cross again.
Не знаю, что я сделал. Не знаю. Я у тебя заберу лук. Да? Найду. Что будешь делать, гладиатор?
What now?
I'm here for Malleolus. Who might you be?
The name's Domitius. You want to get to Malleolus? You go through me.
Then go through you, I shall.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Who might you be?
The name's Domitius. You want to get to Malleolus? You go through me.
Help me!
Да чтоб тебя. О, снайперы хреновые. Блин, надо подождать было, когда его замочат. Не то я сделал. Блин, не то я сделал. Блин.
Salve, friend. I'm... Oh. Of course. What did you want? All right. See you.
Правила существует.
Ah, you're here. I'm so glad you decided to visit. I'm Aurelia, and I hope I'm not being too forward, but the moment I laid eyes on you, I was intrigued. You're not like any Roman man I've ever seen. You seem so coming on a bit strong, don't you think?
Ixien.
I take back what I said. Suddenly, I don't find you so intriguing anymore. Let's just forget that ever happened, so we can at least do business. So... let it go. Nothing's going to happen between us. You know, normally, I'd expect you to buy me a drink before asking if I want to get out of here. I guess that went right over your head. Never mind. As a matter of fact, I'm happy to tell you all about it, but this is So, how badly do you want it? Well, I can't tell you too much, or you'd figure it out for yourself. But I promise you, you'll... Simple. It's a one-way trip, and I'm not ready to go just yet. If I took your money without giving you what I promised, I'd be breaking the golden rule, wouldn't I? And I have no interest in doing that. What's the matter? Can't afford... Well, perhaps you could take out a loan. I just try not to think about it. Drink helps with that. Certainly, for 10 denarii. Have you met Livia? She used to do my hair, until one day she just... snapped. This place has that of... Now, she just stands around, caked in filth, muttering nonsense to herself. It's a real shame. Now I have to do my own hair. I hear that if Malleolus is elected, he's gonna throw a small festival to celebrate with... Whatever you like. Ugh, let it go. All right, see ya.
just as the ocean accepts, but it... The newly arrived are...
Так. Что-то еще было.
Fresh meat, huh? Malleolus isn't receiving visitors at the moment, it being election day. He's not here. Dunno. The little cap at murder escaped earlier this morning, while I was taking Yulia to the clinic. He can't have gone far, but if you find him, tell him the punishment he gets for coming back on his own won't be as bad as if I have to go looking for him. Whatever. Just remember, I'll be watching.
Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to...
Domitius doesn't usually let anyone in here without a hefty tribute, so you must have been desperate to see me. Well... Are you insane? Why would I... Don't talk nonsense. There's no such thing. How... Nonsense! This is nonsense! And now, I'm going to enjoy watching Tim... Now, get out of here!
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and...
Domitius doesn't usually let... Are you... What? Don't talk not... How... Nonsense! This is nonsense! I don't know how you know. And now, I'm good. Now.
Ладно. Попробую еще раз, если не получится.
Thank you. Thank you. I am...
Domitius doesn't usually let... What? Don't talk nonsense. How? I don't know how you know about my plans, but I'm absolutely sure. And now, I'm going to... Now...
Name's Rufius. Better watch. No idea what you're talking about? Yes, so what? And why should I? There's only one true God. And he lit. I don't like where this is going. I have no idea what you're talking about. I have nothing to say to you, kaput mada.
Нету, короче, никаких. Ай, да.
Are they?
Где-то тут был какой-то сундук, блин.
What are you doing in here? Can't you see this woman is dying? She's been poisoned. She needs the resin of a plant called Silphium, but that Culus cubulatus Decius won't give it to me. It's too late. She just slipped away. She was poisoned. She came and I knew Decius. That'll be a... Then that anywhere else, I'd just pay a thug to steal. So all I could do is come back here. And now I'll never... Well, unless you have... Get me that Silphium. I don't care how you get it. I swear. You made it into the palace. I'm impressed. Oh, I see. Willowback. I should have known. It was under my nose the whole time. That's very... I have some right here. Could you do me a favor and give him some of this? He'll just need to swallow a pinch of it. I'm hoping it will avert disaster. Thank you. I'm really glad you are... All right.
I have nothing to say to you, kaput merda.
Да. Нет. Получается...
Thank you. Thank
тобой
you.
бесполезно
I am
разговаривать.
delighted and deeply honored to have been elected.
Пу-пу-пу. А, понятно. Ясно. Угу. Угу. Ну, блин, короче... Если я начну с ней разговаривать, убедить убийцу, так его не убедишь.
Your Majesty.
Я, короче, понял.
Yes, thank you, thank you. Right in there.
Oi! How did you get in there, you cheeky little sturkers? If I cop an earful from Malleolus, I'll be coming for you.
Так. Мигалку проявить. Но для этого Так, с этим рано мне еще разговаривать.
Greetings, I'm Georgius. It gladdens, and I must say, my sir, leather, I have traveled distant trade routes from the markets of Damascus, and never have I seen anyone dressed quite like... And now you have me more intrigued than before. But since it appears you do not wish to see, we will have much time here to get to know one another. My story? How kind of you to ask. I am a tailor and I run... You mean to say, with all the turmoil and terror of the Golden Rule, and so few customers, why bother setting shop at all? I'll tell you, it is precisely because of the Golden Rule that I wish to remind my friend. I say, the more of our customs we preserve down here, the more we can preserve a semblance of normality, the better. Oh, and there is another. If we all end up as golden statues for future generations to marvel at, I don't know about you. A good question. A very good question indeed. And I would be happy to tell you if only I... I remember I had just been to Rome to sell an extraordinary selection of wares. I rented a prestigious villa by the Tiber, invited, and we began making our way through some of the most exquisite wine. Now, I have had visions and awoken in strange places before. I have even found myself naked in the desert sands more than once, but none of that This time, I remember people screaming, then falling into a void as empty as time before creation, gasping for it. When I regained my faculties, I was lying naked by the banks of the Tiber, gods know how many miles. Indeed. I'm lucky I was carrying a little extra weight. I believe it. In any case, it seems I'd been rescued and resuscitated by a bet. I went to find firewood for his campfire, stumbled across a cave, and discovered that trapdoor temple. And here I am. Anything you like. Shh! Not so loud! Have you not been told about the last attempt? Oh, then I suppose this duty falls to me. Of course, the first question any of us asks when we first arrive is, and scaling the chasm wall is out of the question. But as they say, if the wind fails, use the oars. And here the second option is to leave the way we came in. See, the shaft is quite high, but if one gathered up enough wood, one could make a series of ladders and climb one's way out. They have. I am getting to that. There was an attempt made by resourceful fellows. They even decided to keep records of their escape attempt for posterity. Unfortunately, as soon as they began to carry the first ladder down the hallway, they heard a godlike voice shake the entire city, and that... So it seems that to merely attempt escape is to invite the wrath of whichever god oversees. Ah, yes. The many shall suffer for the sins of the one. As a Greek, this... Have you not heard the tale of the god Hades? He was the first to learn this dreadful lesson when he abducted... When Demeter, the mother of Persephone, learned of this, she did not punish Hades, the guilty one. Instead, she changed the climate of Earth, so that it became hot and dry. Nothing grew. Innocent people died by the tens of thousands, until at last the other gods were forced to up. So yes, we know this rule. This has always been the case. The Golden Rule has merely brought it into focus. If we are to survive, I say we must each keep the simple wisdom of Thales of Miletus, first of the 7 sages of Greece, who said, "Avoid doing what you would blame others for doing." It does, doesn't it? But it is not enough for us to do this alone. For even if 99% of us adopt this principle, that will never be enough. Sadly, no matter how well we protect ourselves, the life's work of many good people can be undone. Ah, the voice of experience. But alike, for all their grim and haunting poses, these golden statues do make magnificent models for my clothing. That, my friend, is quite the dilemma. But after some reflection, I'm leaning toward... I do not enjoy the thought of another visit from Domitius if I voted the wrong way. Nothing comes to my mind, my friend. I hope that our paths cross again soon, my friend. Greetings and salutations.
Ah, a new face. Salve, and welcome to a little community. My name's impossible to pronounce for most people. Well, Malleolus is talking about loosening some of the restrictions in this place. And while it's all a bit vague, at least he has a vision. My vote isn't for sale. Nice to talk to you. Welcome back. Well, Malleolus is talking about losing. My vote. Nice to talk to you.
Так, а если я с ней поговорю, появится этот лучник. Проявить смекалку.
Greetings and salutations.
А где тут бабенка? Так, ладно, я понял. Мне надо с этим побазарить.
Hey, Virgil, how much would you want to make me a bow?
For the last time, Dacius, I'm not making you a bow.
But why?
You know why.
But how am I going to defend myself against someone else with a weapon?
There are no other weapons in the city. We all went along with the magistrate's weapons ban, so it wouldn't be an issue.
That's why I've got to get in first before someone else beats me to it.
Так.
Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would you?
Короче, я не знаю, что делать.